You are begging for money from the world, yet you don't even know how to inhale the universe. Your poverty is not a lack of money, it is a fundamental error in how you breathe. The moment you alter the rhythm of your breath, you force the entire existence to align with your inner desire. Stop thinking about wealth and start breathing it, because the mind only obeys the life force inside your lungs. Listen to me carefully. If you master the gap between your breaths, you master the very source of all abundance. Hello, my friends. I welcome you all to this gathering, this assembly of the wild ones, this temple of total ruin, where the old must be completely demolished so that the truly divine can be born. You have come to me from far away, wandering through the labyrinths of your lives, searching for something that you feel is missing, searching for a key to unlock the treasures of existence. But let me tell you from the very beginning, man is almost mad. He is mad because he is seeking something which he has already got. He is mad because he is not aware of who he is. This very seeking makes you blind, because your mind is focused somewhere far away in the future, while the treasure you are hunting for is already here, now, in this very moment, hidden within the seeker himself. You live in a deep illusion, a magnificent self-deception, which is the illusion of hope, of the future, of tomorrow. As you sit here with me in this silent hall, listening to the rhythm of my words, let this be an open communion of the heart, a moment where your head can be put aside so that your being can open like a lotus to receive the grace that is constantly showering upon you. If these words spark a flame of awareness within you, if they touch a chord in your deepest soul, let your gratitude flow naturally, without any hesitation. You can choose to support this communal energy field by clicking the join button to become an intrinsic part of our spiritual family. Or you can offer a gesture of love through super thanks, or explore our detailed ebooks that serve as a map for this pathless path. Do it not as a transaction, not like a businessman in the marketplace, but as a pure sharing of energy. Because the more you give, the more you are enriched. If a ray of light penetrates your darkness today, I invite you to leave a comment reflecting on the illusions your mind has created. Give this video a like to help it reach other searching souls, and subscribe to this channel so that we can continue to walk this beautiful journey together. To understand what is happening to you, you must first understand what happened to you at the moment of your birth. Every individual is born with an original mind, a pure, unhypnotized consciousness that carries all the ultimate powers and potentialities of existence. The first experience of samadhi, the first experience of infinite power, of being a god, is revealed right at birth. The newborn child comes out of the womb of the divine, fresh, pure, virgin, and completely uncorrupted by any intention, greed, or desire. He knows the truth, but he does not know that he knows it, because he has no contrast, no experience of ignorance to compare it with. He lives in absolute light, and without experiencing darkness, he cannot perceive the light as light. The child has no mind, he has only a simple, radiant being. This is why the whole process of spiritual realization is not the achievement of something new, but a recovery of something lost, a deep remembrance of your original face before you were born. You are already the case, you are already perfect as you are, but you are fast asleep and dreaming. The moment you are born, the society pounces upon you. The parents, the priests, the pundits, the politicians, they all stand ready with their tools of hypnosis. They begin the work of conditioning your innocent being, creating what Patanjali calls the artificial mind, nirmana chitta. This artificially created mind proceeds from egoism alone, from ahankar, the false sense of a separate self. They teach you that you are a Hindu, a Christian, a Mohammedan, a communist. They tell you that you belong to this nation, to this race, to this family. They force your consciousness, which is as vast as the sky, into a small, dark, narrow tunnel. They teach you to become an imitator, a dead part of the herd, a carbon copy of carbon copies. Because a free, unconditioned individual is dangerous to the establishment. They give you a character, a mask, a persona, and they reward you whenever you are false and punish you whenever you try to be authentically yourself. By the time you are grown up, you have completely forgotten your original mind. You carry only this heavy artificial mind, which is nothing but a bundle of others' opinions, dead scriptures, and borrowed knowledge. You must understand the very nature of this mind that you carry so heavily. The truth is that the mind is not a substantial organ. It is not an entity inside your skull. It is just a function, a continuous activity. It is a process called minding, exactly like the activity of walking. Walking is not a substance. If you are walking and you suddenly sit down, where does the walking go? Have you hidden it in a pocket? You will laugh and say that walking was just an activity. when you stop moving, the walking ceases to exist. The same is true about the mind. Mind is nothing but the activity of thinking. It is a river of thoughts passing through your consciousness. When you look at the thoughts, you become identified with them. You get caught in the flow and you think you are the thoughts. A thought of hunger arises in the stomach, flashes to the brain, and immediately you say, I am hungry. This is the error, the identification. The body is hungry. You are merely the witness of it. When the activity of thinking is completely dropped, when you are in a state of absolute no thought, the mind ceases as a master and drops to its right place as a passive slave. Then your original mind, your true being, is uncovered like the sky when the clouds disappear. Why does this artificial mind continue to function so stubbornly? Because it feeds on lies, illusions, and the dreams of tomorrow to exist. The present moment is almost always a hell for you, a state of misery because you are not centered. You tolerate this present hell only because your mind projects hopes into the future, creating the beautiful lie that some doors of paradise will open tomorrow. This hope is a drug, a deep intoxication that protects you against encountering the naked reality of the here and now. You waste the present, which is the only real time, for the future, which is completely non-existent. Your future is nothing but your past projected again, refined, made more colorful, but it is the same dead past. This is the madness of the human mind, moving horizontally from one desire to another, always in a hurry, always running, but reaching nowhere because the goal is right where you are standing. You can enter the path of yoga, the discipline of inner transformation, only when you are totally frustrated with this artificial mind, when you see through the complete futility of all your hopes, desires, and expectations. When you realize that every path of desire leads to hell, when your life looks absolutely meaningless and empty, a state of total despair happens to you. This despair is a great blessing because in that hopeless moment, when all directions have become confused and the future has fallen dead, you stop running. When there is no future to jump into, you are thrown back upon yourself. You fall into the present moment. This moment of total collapse of the ego is the beginning of the discipline of yoga. It is the moment when you are ready to drop the artificial mind, to drop all your conditionings, and to stand naked in the sun, ready to die to the past so that the eternal can be born within you. This is not a pessimistic state. It is the birth of real intelligence, because watching your own conditioning, witnessing the very mechanism of your artificial mind, is the beginning of your liberation. This artificially created mind, this magnificent structure of hypnotic conditioning, is the very mechanism that divides you from reality and keeps you running in circles. When you are trapped within the boundaries of this mechanical mind, your approach to the spiritual path itself becomes corrupted by your old habits of desiring, seeking, and competing. You come to a master, you come to the inner search, but you bring your old mind with you. Patanjali, being a rigorous scientist of the inner space, looks at you and analyzes the very quality of your approach, because your entry onto the path depends entirely on the depth of your intensity. He divides those who are attracted to the inner world into three distinct categories of seekers, because according to your category, your journey will be determined. The first type of person who comes onto the path is driven merely by curiosity. Patanjali calls this state kutuhal. This man is not really interested in truth. He has simply drifted into it as if by an accident. He is a casual passerby. Perhaps he has read a book. Perhaps he has heard someone talking about meditation. Or perhaps he has seen an enlightened person and a faint superficial interest has arisen in his mind. But his interest is completely intellectual, an entertainment for the mind. Just like a child who becomes momentarily fascinated by a new toy. He plays with it for a few days, and then by and by he gets bored and drifts away, because millions of new curiosities are constantly opening their doors in the marketplace. This accidental man can never attain the truth, because truth requires a persistent effort, an absolute continuity, a deep perseverance which a man of curiosity is completely incapable of. He may practice a little meditation today because he is in a good mood, but tomorrow his mood changes and he leaves it. There is a gap, a break in his effort, and in that gap, all that he has built is unmade, dissolved. He has to start from the very ABC again. I am reminded of a beautiful parable that Jalaluddin Rumi used to tell his disciples. He would take his new students to the nearby farms to watch a certain farmer who had been trying to dig a well for many years. This farmer would start digging a hole in the earth. He would go down 10 feet, 15 feet, and then suddenly he would change his mind and think, "This place does not look good. The soil is dry. Let me try somewhere else." He would abandon that hole and start digging another one. He did this for years. Now his entire farm was completely destroyed, covered with 8 or 9 incomplete dry holes, and he was working on the 10th. Rumi would look at his disciples and say, Don't be like this foolish farmer. If he had put all his energy, all his intense effort into a single hole, by this time he would have gone down 100 feet and found the living waters of the earth. But he cannot wait. He gets bored too easily. 10 feet, 15 feet, and his curiosity is exhausted, so he starts another hole. This is the mind of Kutuhal. The whole life of such a man is spent in making 1,000 half-hearted starts, and he dies empty without ever tasting the nectar of life. The second type of seeker who comes to the inner search is the man of jigyasa, which means intellectual inquiry. This man is not a casual passerby. He is deep. He means business. But his business remains confined to the head. His inquiry is purely philosophical. For him, life and death is not a real problem. It is a riddle to be solved, a grand puzzle, a cosmic crossword puzzle that challenges his intellect. He wants to know about God. He wants to know about the soul. He wants to know about the mechanics of the universe. But all his knowing is a luxury, an armchair speculation. He can think, he can reflect logically, he can write great treatises, he can create magnificent systems of philosophy, but he will never meditate. He remains an intellectual, and intellect is just 1% of your totality. It is a superfluous luxury that has nothing to do with your roots. Look at the physical body. It has its own economy. If you are starving, the body stops sending energy to the head. It sends it to the stomach, because survival is basic, while philosophy is non-basic. The head is just a luxury. If you eat too much food, the energy rushes to your stomach to digest it, and your head immediately feels sleepy, dizzy, because the body knows first things must come first. But the man of jigyasa lives entirely in this superfluous head. He can accumulate vast stores of information. He can become a great pundit, a scholar, but his being remains completely unchanged. He can answer any question you ask him because his memory is well trained, but his answers are ready-made, borrowed from the dead past. If you ask him a question that is not written in his scriptures, he will be completely lost because he cannot think fresh. He has no original mind. He has thoughts, millions of thoughts floating in his head like dust particles in a beam of light, but he has no true thinking capacity. Patanjali says this man cannot enter into the real mystery of yoga either, because he uses his inquiry to decorate his ego, to make himself feel holier and wiser than others. Then arises the third category of seeker, whom Patanjali calls the man of mumuksha. This word is tremendously beautiful and cannot be adequately translated into any Western language. Mumuksha means the intense, passionate longing for absolute liberation, the desire to be completely free from all desires, the absolute determination to get out of the vicious circle of birth and death. This man has come to realize that he has been born millions of times. He has chased the same illusions. He has suffered the same frustrations. He has died the same ignoble deaths, and he is thoroughly bored with the whole nonsense. Now his inquiry is no longer a casual curiosity, nor is it an intellectual luxury. It has become a life and death problem for him. His entire being is at stake. He is ready to stake his security, his respectability, his very life to find out the truth of his existence. He does not want ready-made answers from the scriptures. He wants to encounter the reality face to face on his own authority. Only this man of mumuksha is ready to enter into the deep discipline of yoga, because only he is ready to undergo the surgery of consciousness. Yet, Patanjali, being an exact mathematician of the inner world, further divides this man of mumuksha into 3 distinct degrees, because even among those who desire liberation, the intensity of their desire varies. The first degree he calls mriddu, which means soft or mild. This seeker puts only 1/3 of his being into the effort. He wants to be free, but he is still holding back. He is still hesitant. He is still keeping one foot in the safe, familiar world of his old habits. Because his effort is partial, his achievement can only be negative. He will achieve what Patanjali calls a negative state of non-anguish. His tensions will drop, his anxieties will disappear, he will not get easily irritated or angry, but nothing positive will arise in him. He will become like an empty vessel, a desert. He has thrown out the lower, but the higher has not yet descended to refill him. If you come close to this mridu seeker, you will feel a strange emptiness around him, a coldness, as if he is sucking your energy. Because he is empty like a hole, he becomes an invisible vacuum that exploits your vitality without even knowing it. In old Tibet, these mild negative seekers were prohibited from leaving the monasteries because their very presence was destructive. If they touched a green tree, the tree would wither away because they would suck its life juices into their own empty vacuums. They have dropped out of the world, but they have not yet flowered into the divine. The second degree of mumuksha calls Madhya, the middle man. He puts 2/3 of his being into the effort. He is more dedicated, more centered than the first, and he attains a certain positive tranquility, a deep inner peace, a coolness. He becomes like a high mountain peak, silent, serene, completely unaffected by the storms of the world. If you come close to him, you will feel a cool breeze blowing towards you, a beautiful fragrance of silence surrounding you. But this too is not the ultimate goal, because this man is like a dead statue. He is silent, but he cannot dance. He is quiet, but he cannot sing. He is afraid that if he sings or dances, his peace will be disturbed. His silence is a cultivated thing, a forced balance, not an overflowing celebration. The flowers have not yet happened. Only the green leaves are there. He is still on the way, resting at a halfway house. The third degree of mumuksha is adhimatra, the intense, the total, the supreme seeker who puts his 100% being into the effort. He holds nothing back. He keeps no securities, no escape routes. He is ready to die right now, if that is what is required. Because his effort is total, his realization is total. He transcends both peace and silence and explodes into pure bliss, into ananda, into an oceanic celebration. This man cannot sit like a dead statue. His silence is alive, his peace is a dynamic force. He sings, he dances, he laughs like a madman because he is so full of the divine that he cannot contain it. He overflows, he shares his bliss with the whole universe. He becomes a vehicle for the whole to express its joy. This is the ultimate goal of yoga, the supreme culmination, where the seeker disappears and only the celebration remains. To understand how this intensity is achieved, we must look into the logical traps that the mind continuously creates for you on the journey. The mind is a reasoning mechanism, but its reasoning can move in 3 different ways. The first way Patanjali calls kutarka, which means negative, destructive reasoning. This is the mindset that is always oriented towards the negative, always looking for flaws, always counting the thorns. If you show a man of Kutarka a magnificent rose bush in full bloom, he will not look at the roses. His eyes will immediately focus on the thorns. He will count the millions of sharp, dangerous thorns, and he will come to a logical conclusion that the rose must be an illusion, a deception, a lie. He will say, amidst so many millions of thorns, how can a fragile rose exist? It is impossible. Someone is playing a trick. This negative logic leads to absolute cynicism, to nihilism, to atheism. It closes all your inner doors because it can always find a reason to say no. And the more you say no, the more your ego is strengthened, because the ego lives on resistance, on conflict. This man creates a dark night around himself, a desert of his own making, and then he weeps and cries that there is no light in the world. Then there is tarka, which means ordinary, simple reasoning. This reasoning has no positive or negative orientation. It is just a mechanical movement of logic without any goal. It is like moving in a circle, hair splitting, logic chopping about trivial things that lead nowhere. You can go on reasoning and arguing for your entire life, but you will never reach any conclusion because you don't have a specific target from the very beginning. It is a sheer wastage of your bioelectricity, a playground for the intellect where you get caught in words and definitions and lose all touch with reality. The third way of reasoning Patanjali calls vitarka, which means special reasoning, reasoning with a positive grounding, an affirmative orientation. The man of vitarka also uses logic, but his logic is in the service of trust, in the service of life, in the service of love. He counts the flowers and ignores the thorns. He does not deny the existence of thorns. He knows they are there, but he is simply not interested in them. He focuses his whole attention on the beautiful rose, and his logic says, if such a magnificent, fragile rose can exist amidst millions of sharp thorns, then the thorns must be serving the rose in some hidden way. They must be its protectors, its bodyguards. The thorns lose their bitterness for him. They become part of the beautiful whole. This vitarka is the very doorstep of meditation because it makes you a yay-sayer. It opens your doors. It makes you receptive, vulnerable to the beauty of existence. Through vitarka, you develop the capacity for vichar, which means true reflection, true thinking. Patanjali says thoughts are like loose beads, and vichar is the invisible thread that runs through them, holding them together in a beautiful harmony, making a rosary out of them. Ordinarily, your thoughts are a chaos, an undisciplined crowd. But through vitarka, an inner discipline arises, a centering happens. When you enter into this deep affirmative harmony of vitarka and vichar, the ego begins to lose its grossness. The gross ego, ahankar, which is created by constantly saying no, constantly fighting and resisting, starts melting away. In its place arises a very pure, subtle sense of armness, which Patanjali calls asmita. You don't feel yourself against anybody else. You don't feel superior or inferior. You simply feel your pure, innocent presence, your simple existence. This is the first true glimpse of bliss, Ananda, the first touch of your original mind. It is a momentary samadhi, a lightning flash that shows you the path. But remember, even Asmita, even this pure amness is still a part of the mind. It is the purest layer of the mind, like purified butter, but it is still within the boundaries of the mind. It is a beautiful step, but it is not the ultimate end. One has to go even beyond it, where even the am disappears, where even the yes is dropped, because yes can exist only in relation to no. When the no is completely gone, there is no need to say yes. You simply are. To help this energy field of pure trust and awareness grow within our spiritual family, it is essential that we share this communion. We live in an interdependent universe where everything is connected, and the more we share our energy, the more it returns to us multiplied. My words are just an invitation, a temptation to bring you close to the source. If you feel a deep inner call to be an intrinsic part of this work, to help this wave of consciousness spread to searching souls all over the earth, you can choose to join our inner circle through the join button, becoming a cornerstone of this living ashram. Your love and gratitude can flow through super thanks, which functions not as a dead transaction of the marketplace, but as a living bridge of energy between the disciple and the master. You can also dive deeper into these esoteric maps by exploring our beautifully compiled e-books, which serve as a systematic guide for your inner pilgrimage. Do it out of pure joy, out of the sheer delight of sharing, because only by giving do you become a master of your true riches. The journey from the gross logical traps to the ultimate peak of Adhimatra Mumuksha is hard, arduous, but it is completely available to you if you are ready to take the risk. You have to understand that you cannot reach the ultimate peak through a halfway effort. You cannot make meditation a part-time hobby while your main interest remains in the marketplace of your old habits. Your total bioenergy, your virya, has to be brought into it. You have to stake your entire past for the unknown future. And this requires an intense, sincere, and absolute inner practice, an abhyasa, where you continuously bring your consciousness back to your center before you react to any outer situation. But the mind is very clever, very cunning. It will try to simulate progress. It will create a false humbleness, a false peace, and it will try to make an ego trip out of your very meditation. It will say, look, how silent I am. Look how fast I am progressing on the path of will. This is the last and most dangerous trap of the mind, to become proud of your own desirelessness, to become proud of your own meditation. One has to be so alert, so watchful of these subtle nuances that you don't allow the ego to find a new home in your spirituality. The path of will, the path of intense effort, requires such an absolute alertness that you go on cutting all the props of the ego until the ego finds no ground to stand upon. It becomes completely bankrupt, exhausted, and flat. When you reach to this point of absolute exhaustion through your intense will, where you see that all your efforts have failed and cannot take you beyond the ego, because the doer itself is the ego, a sudden turnaround happens. The path of will comes to its logical end, and the door of absolute surrender opens before you. You realize that you cannot conquer the infinite through your small, tiny ego. You can only allow the infinite to conquer you. You see that this shore is the other shore, and there is nowhere to go, nothing to achieve. In that very realization of total helplessness, the will drops and surrender happens. If you are listening to me attentively, don't just collect these words as dead knowledge. Don't make them a matter of intellectual debate in your head. Let them sink deep into your heart. Let them become a living inquiry within you. I invite you to leave your deepest reflection in the comments below, expressing how your mind has tried to trick you into counting the thorns of life. Give this video a like to help this flame reach other seeking souls, and subscribe to this channel so that we can continue to unravel the deepest secrets of existence together. Remain loose, remain fluid, and don't be afraid of the chaos that arises when the old structure is breaking down. Because only out of the deepest chaos is a new cosmos born. This total breakdown of the ego through relentless effort brings us to the very threshold of Patanjali's ultimate paradox, where the path of intense willpower, abhyasa, meets its diametrical opposite, Ishvara Pranidhan, the path of absolute surrender to the whole. You must understand this mechanism deeply, because the human mind always seeks a linear path, a clear-cut lane where everything is predictable. But life is not a straight line. It is a profound synthesis of opposites. Patanjali starts with abhyasa, which means constant, relentless, uninterrupted inner practice, because he knows the mind you are carrying is nothing but a vast reservoir of old habits, deep conditionings, and mechanical loops. To break these loops, you need to bring your total willpower into active play. You have to try your uttermost. You have to exhaust every potentiality of your ego. This is a scientific exhaustion. Patanjali does not tell you to drop the ego in the beginning, because how can you drop something which you have not even fully matured? The seed cannot be dropped unless it becomes ripe. Only a ripe fruit falls from the tree on its own accord. The ego has to be brought to its highest peak of intensity through abhyasa, through disciplines, through deep concentration, through postures, through 100% commitment to your inner awakening. You have to work so hard on yourself that you become a solid pillar of will. But a strange thing happens when you reach the absolute peak of willpower. When you have tried everything that a human being can do, when you have exhausted all your techniques, all your methods, all your disciplines, and you still find yourself standing before the abysmal wall of the unknown, the ego suddenly faces its total bankruptcy. You see that all you're doing has only brought you to the edge of the cliff, but it cannot help you to take the jump. The doer itself becomes the barrier. In that supreme moment of realization, when you see that through your own effort you cannot cross the boundary, the will drops. When the will drops completely, because its absolute futility has been encountered, Ishvara Pranidhan happens. Surrender is not something you do. If you do it, it is not surrender, because the doer is still present, standing behind it, controlling it, manipulating it, and the ego will say, "Look how perfectly I have surrendered." True surrender is a regular happening. It is a passive let go that arises only out of the total failure of your willpower. This brings us to the most unique and revolutionary aspect of Patanjali's science, which is his concept of God. In the Western world, in the traditional religions like Christianity, Judaism, or Mohammedanism, God is a person, a creator, a cosmic dictator sitting on a high throne in heaven, ruling the world according to his own whims and desires. For Patanjali, this is a very childish, primitive concept. Patanjali is a pure scientist, a clinical logician of the inner space. For him, God is not a person at all. God is a technique. God is a supreme hypothesis, a provisional coordinates used simply to facilitate your surrender. Patanjali does not ask you to believe in God because God exists as an objective fact. He says, if you cannot surrender to the empty space, if you cannot drop your ego into nothingness because nothingness scares you, then use this hypothesis called God. Project a supreme individual unit of divine consciousness who is untouched by the afflictions of life, who is beyond time, who is a master of masters, and surrender your ego to this projection. The moment you surrender your ego to this hypothesis, the ego disappears. And when the ego disappears, the hypothesis has done its work, and it can be thrown away into the rubbish heap. When you are cured of the illness, the medicine is dropped. You don't go on carrying the medicine bottles with you forever. When you have crossed the river, the boat is left behind on the shore. You don't start carrying the boat on your head into the town. God is just a boat for Patanjali, a device to cross the river of the ego. Once you are on the other shore, you will laugh because you will find there is no God outside you. You yourself have become divine. The potential has become actual. The seed has flowered into the 1,000 petaled lotus of Sahasrar. But to reach this point of ultimate surrender, you must be ready to involve your total bioenergy, your virya, into this work. You cannot be half-hearted. If you want to experience this beautiful transformation within our spiritual family, if you want to tap the infinite sources of energy that are available here, you have to show a gesture of openness. This commune that is growing around me is a live laboratory, a dynamic field of energy where my presence is available to you continuously. You can choose to deepen your connection with this field by joining our inner circle through the join button on this platform, which is not a formal social ritual but a real commitment to synchronize your energy with mine. Your love and gratitude can flow as a movement of financial bioenergy through super thanks, helping this message of freedom reach searching souls all over the earth. And if you need a map to navigate the complex pathways of your inner landscape, look into our detailed ebooks, which are not books of information but compilations of live insights designed to provoke your original mind. Do it out of pure joy, out of the sheer delight of being a participant in a spiritual revolution. Because when you pour your energy into the whole without any commercial calculations, the whole pours itself back into you 1,000-fold. The mind is so cunning, so extraordinarily clever, that it can turn even the path of surrender into a new ego trip. You have to be very watchful. If you choose the path of will, the ego says, "Look how powerful I am, how many austerities I am practicing, how perfectly I am meditating." If you fail on the path of will and you turn towards surrender, the mind immediately pounces upon it and says, "Look how humble I am. Nobody can compete with my humbleness. I am the greatest non-doer in the world. This is the ultimate trap the most subtle civil war that goes on within your consciousness. You change the labels, you change the clothes, you move from the marketplace to the monastery, but you carry the same calculating mind with you. I have heard about a very rich man, a politician who had succeeded in every possible way in the world, but he was deeply tense and miserable. He went to a Zen master and said, "I have everything in the world, but I am not at peace. I want to attain to your silence. I want to attain to your satori. Tell me what I should do. How much effort is needed?" The master looked at him and said, "If you want to attain to this silence, you will have to drop all your doing. For 3 days, just sit in the corner of my hut and do nothing." The politician was very happy. He thought doing nothing is the easiest thing in the world. I have done such complex political campaigns. I have managed a whole country. This is nothing. He sat in the corner, closed his eyes, and tried to do nothing. But within 5 minutes, he was in a great turmoil. The silence was not coming. Instead, a great traffic of thoughts started moving in his head. All his past political enemies appeared, all his future plans started revolving, his legs started itching, his back started aching, and he was sweating. After 1 hour, he opened his eyes and said to the master, "This doing nothing is the most difficult work I have ever encountered. My whole life I have worked hard, but I have never been so tired as I am now after 1 hour of doing nothing." Why? Because your doing is an old habit, a mechanical routine. When you try to force it to stop, it resists with a tremendous force. The old momentum is there, running like a locomotive train. You turn off the engine, but the train continues to move for miles because of the past accumulation of speed. Your artificial mind is exactly like that locomotive train, moving with the momentum of millions of past lives. When you sit silently, you are trying to turn off the engine, but the traffic of thoughts continues to scream and yell within you. You cannot stop it by any force, because if you try to force it to stop, the forcing itself is a new activity of the mind. You are using the mind to stop the mind, which is absolutely absurd. It is like trying to wash blood with blood. You will only make the whole place more dirty. You have to learn the art of non-doing, which is the very essence of abhyasa. Non-doing does not mean becoming lethargic or lazy. It means becoming a pure witness, a silent onlooker on the bank of the river. The traffic of thoughts is moving on the road. You just stand by the side and watch. You don't judge, you don't evaluate, you don't say this thought is good and that thought is bad. The moment you say this thought is beautiful, you have become attached to it, you want to hold it, you have jumped into the traffic. The moment you say this thought is ugly, sinful, you have resisted it, you want to push it away, you have started a fight with it, and you are again in the traffic. Witnessing means an absolute indifference, what Buddha calls upeksha. You just look at the thoughts passing across the screen of your consciousness as if they don't belong to you, as if they are just clouds floating in the sky. You have no investment in them. If they are there, it is okay. If they are not there, it is okay. This unconcerned look is the fire of meditation. When you look at your thoughts with absolute indifference, you are no longer feeding them with your energy, because your attention is the food for your thoughts. Unconsciously, you go on feeding them. That's why they are so alive. The moment you withdraw your cooperation, the moment you become a cold, aloof witness, the thoughts start losing their vitality. They are running on a past momentum. Soon the momentum is exhausted. One by one the clouds start disappearing. The traffic on the road becomes less and less, and bigger gaps of silence appear. In those gaps, for the first time, you taste your original mind. You see that you are not the mind, you are not the body, you are the pure space, the infinite sky in which these thoughts were just temporary visitors. This paradox of will and surrender has to be solved within your daily life, not in some abstract philosophical way. You have to bring your total intensity to every act, but without any choice or desire for the result. When you are doing your work with such total intensity that the doer is completely lost in the doing. If you are sweeping the flow, become just the sweeping. Let your whole being be present in that very act, with no thought of what is going to happen next, with no intention of reaching somewhere else tomorrow. This moment is the only reality. This space is the only existence. When you are totally present in the moment, the horizontal movement of time, which is the world of desire, stops completely. You plunge into the vertical dimension of time, which is eternity. This vertical movement is the world of God, the world of the original mind. But the mind is so deeply habituated to living for the result, for the profit, that it cannot understand this purposeless celebration. I have heard an ancient Sufi parable about a great king who wanted to find a wise man to become his prime minister. He invited 4 famous philosophers of his kingdom, put them in a large room, and locked the door from the outside. He told them, the lock on this door is not an ordinary lock. It is a highly complex mathematical puzzle. I have written a few mysterious numbers on the lock. Unless you solve the puzzle through your logical reasoning, you will not be able to open the door and come out. Whosoever comes out first will become my Prime Minister. The moment the king left, three of the philosophers immediately brought out their papers, their books, and their instruments and started working hard. They noted down the numbers, they calculated, they argued with each other, they split hairs, they tried every possible logical combination to solve the riddle. But the fourth philosopher simply went to the corner of the room, closed his eyes, and sat down in deep silence. The other three looked at him and laughed. They thought he had gone crazy, that he was a fool who had accepted defeat without even trying. He sat there for a few minutes, completely quiet, unmoving, like a statue. Then suddenly he stood up, walked slowly to the door, gave it a gentle push, and the door opened. It was not locked at all. He walked out into the fresh air under the sun. The other three were so occupied with their calculations, so focused on their logical puzzle, that they didn't even notice that he had left. When the king came back with the fourth philosopher, he told the other three, "Stop your work now. The examination is over. I have found my Prime Minister." They were shocked. They could not believe it. They asked, "How did he solve it? He was just sitting in the corner doing nothing." The fourth man smiled and said, "Before I could start solving the problem, the first basic question arose in my silent being. Is there really a problem or not? If there is a lock, it can be solved. If there is no lock, how can you solve it? And if you start solving a non-existent lock, you will go on calculating for eternity and you will never get out of the room." So I simply made my mind completely still. I dropped all my knowledge, all my theories about locks and puzzles, and I went to check the factuality of the situation. I pushed the door and it was open. This is the exact situation of humanity. There is no lock on your reality. You are already free. You are already divine. You are already standing under the open sky of God. But your mind is so much in love with puzzles, so obsessed with difficulties, that it has created a false lock out of its own conditionings. And now it is trying hard to solve it through scriptures, through philosophies, through theology. You go on writing great commentaries, you go on splitting hairs, you go on doing thousands of complicated rituals, and the door is already open. You just need to stop your calculations, drop your knowledge, stand up and push. This push is what Patanjali means by samyama, the supreme integration of your consciousness. But you are so afraid of simplicity because simplicity kills the ego. If the door is already open, then you are nothing special. even a child can push it. The ego wants a very heavy lock, a mountain-like lock, so that if you solve it, you can declare to the whole world, "Look what a great yogi I am. I have conquered the impossible." Fearing the simple, you choose the difficult. Fearing the immediate, you choose the distant. Fearing the real, you choose the illusion. This mechanism of the mind has to be encountered through a continuous, moment-to-moment watchfulness. Whether you choose the path of abhyasa, intense effort, or the path of Ishvara Pranidhan, total surrender, you will eventually have to confront the deep subterranean layers of your own being. You are not just this thin layer of conscious mind that you use in your daily marketplace transactions. The conscious mind is just the tip of the iceberg, 1/10 of your total reality. 9/10 is hidden deep in the darkness of the subconscious and the unconscious. This is where your true bondage lies, because all your past lives, all your accumulated experiences, all your unfulfilled desires, all your suppressed traumas are stored there in the deep basement of your soul. This is what the East calls the world of karma. And unless you bring the light of your awareness into this dark basement, you can go on changing your superficial behavior on the outside. You can go on cultivating a very beautiful character, but you will remain a slave. Your character will be just a whitewash on an old, rotten building. It will not be a real transformation. Patanjali divides this world of karma into 3 distinct layers, and this analysis is one of the most profound ever made by human intelligence. The first layer he calls Kriyaman, which is your day-to-day, moment-to-moment action and reaction. It belongs to your conscious mind. Somebody insults you, and immediately a reaction arises in you. You get angry, you shout back, you become violent. This reaction is Kriyaman karma. If you act out of your unawareness, if you let your mechanical habit dominate you, you are creating a new seed of karma, and this new seed will fall deep into your reservoir, making your bondage stronger for the future. But if you are alert, if you can stand like a witness in that moment, if you can look at the insult without getting identified with it, then the Kriyaman karma does not happen. You don't react. You simply respond out of your awareness. Or you simply remain silent. The account is closed, and no new seed is sown. The second layer of karma is called prarabdha, which means that part of your accumulated past which has become ripe and has to be lived, suffered, and passed through in this very life. It is your destiny for this life. Your body, your basic structure, your age, your environment, your parents, your key turning points in life, they are all determined by prarabdha. It belongs to your subconscious mind. You cannot change your prarabdha because the arrow has already left the bow. Now you cannot recall it. It has to hit the target. It has to run its course. If a shot has been fired from the gun, it has to move in the air until its energy is exhausted. Your body is a shot fired from the past. It will have to move through its designated span of time, through its illnesses, through its health, through its old age, until its momentum is finished. You cannot do anything to avoid it, but you can do one thing. You can pass through it with absolute awareness. If you pass through your prarabdha with full alertness, without any complaint, without any grudge, without any desire for it to be otherwise, then the past is burned, the account is closed, and you don't create any new links for the future. The third and deepest layer of karma is called sanchita, which means the total accumulated storehouse of all your millions of past lives from the very beginningless beginning of your existence. It belongs to your unconscious mind. It is a vast continent, a huge reservoir of memories, impressions, desires, and instincts. You have been a rock, you have been a tree, you have been an animal, a bird, a sinner, a saint. Everything is stored there in that deep basement of your soul. It is out of this sanchita that a small portion is brought out in each life to become your prarabdha. You cannot look into this sanchita storehouse unless your consciousness becomes so strong, so bright, like a great searchlight that can penetrate into the deepest, darkest corners of your unconscious mind. This is what happens through samyama. When your concentration, meditation, and samadhi become one integrated force, your consciousness becomes like a sword of light. You can bring this light into the basement of your soul, into the sanchita, and look at all your past impressions, all your samskaras. The very vision of your past lives, the very understanding of how you have been repeating the same stupidities for millions of lives becomes a great revolution. In that very understanding, the seeds of desire are burned completely. When the seeds are burned, the soil becomes absolutely pure. Nothing can sprout out of it anymore. This is what Patanjali calls nirbij samadhi, seedless samadhi. Then there is no longer any necessity for you to be born again, because there is no desire left to bring you back into the body. The wheel of life and death stops for you forever. You have dropped out of the sansar. But right now, you are completely unaware of this deep mechanism. You live only on the surface, and because you live on the surface, you go on believing that your small modifications of character are making you religious. You are an angry man. You practice non-anger. You repress your anger. You put a beautiful smile on your face, and you think you have become a saint. You are a greedy man. You start practicing charity. You give money to the poor, you build hospitals, you donate to temples. But why are you doing it? Because you want to reach to heaven, because you want to have a bigger reward in the future life. Your charity is nothing but an investment, a business transaction with God. Your greed is still there, functioning from the deep subconscious. You have changed the object of your greed, but the greed remains the same. First you were greedy for worldly money. Now you are greedy for unworldly money, divine currency. This is not a transformation. This is just a deception. Yoga says, unless you go to the very cause, nothing can be done. And the cause is your unawareness, your avidya. Because you don't know who you are constantly afraid. Out of fear arises greed. You want to accumulate things so that you can feel secure. Out of greed arises possessiveness. You want to possess people. You want to possess women, men, children, houses, land, so that you can feel you are somebody, so that your ego can feel solid, grounded. Out of possessiveness arises anger. Because whenever anyone interferes with your possessions, whenever anyone becomes an obstacle in the path of your desire, your ego feels threatened. You want to destroy the obstacle. That is what anger is. All these are effects: anger, greed, possessiveness, fear. They are branches of the same tree, and the root of the tree is hidden in the dark soil of your unconscious mind, in your avidya. If you go on fighting with the branches, if you go on pruning the leaves, the tree will not be destroyed. On the contrary, it will become thicker, denser, because the root is getting all the nourishment. Cut the root. Bring the light of awareness to the very foundation of your being, and the whole tree of 1,001 miseries simply withers away. It drops on its own accord without any effort on your part. This clearing of the deep subterranean layers of your mind is an absolute necessity before you can enter into the true aloneness of Kaivalya. Whether you work through the path of intense will or through the path of total surrender, you will have to pass through this dark night of the soul. There is no shortcut. You cannot bypass the basement of your consciousness, because all that is hidden there will continuously bubble up and color your present life. If you try to ignore it, if you try to escape from it by going into a monastery or a cave, it will follow you there because it is inside you. It is your own mind. You cannot run away from your own mind. Wherever you go, your mind will go with you, and it will create the same hell around you in the cave as it was creating in the marketplace. Face it. Face it right now, where you are. Use every situation of your life as a mirror to see your own hidden conditionings. If somebody insults you, don't look at the other. Look within yourself. See what has happened inside you. Why has this insult hurt you? Where is the wound? Who is hurt? The one who is hurt is your ego, your artificial mind. The witness is never hurt. It cannot be hurt because it is just pure space. If you can see the ego being hurt and you can remain a distant, detached observer of it, the identification is broken. The rock is removed from the path, and the living stream of your original mind starts flowing freely towards its ultimate destination. This long, arduous process of unconditioning your consciousness is what we will be exploring more and more deeply as we move ahead into the ultimate fruits of yoga. We have to look into how these hidden impressions, these samskaras, can be systematically burned through the fire of your witnessing, so that your being becomes completely transparent without any shadow of the past. This unconditioning of the mind is not an easy affair, because you are not a simple single-layered sheet of paper. You are a multi-layered, multi-dimensional structure of past memories and impressions. To look into this hidden infrastructure of your soul, you must understand the deep matrix of what the East calls the world of karma. Patanjali analyzes this world of karma very minutely, dividing it into 3 highly defined layers that map exactly onto the conscious, the subconscious, and the unconscious layers of your human mind. Unless you are fully aware of how these 3 storehouses function, you will go on fighting with your superficial habits on the surface, while the deep roots of your misery remain completely untouched in the dark basements of your being. The first layer, the most superficial layer, which belongs to your conscious mind, is called Kriyaman Karma. Kriyaman is your day-to-day, moment-to-moment activity. It is how you act and react in the immediate present. Somebody comes and insults you, and because you are living a life of deep unawareness, a sudden reaction happens within you. You get angry, you shout, you become violent. You think you are acting, but you are not acting at all. You are merely reacting. You are functioning like a machine, a mechanical robot. Somebody pushes a button and the anger comes out. Somebody pushes another button and you start smiling. Your reaction is completely predictable, And because it is done in absolute sleepiness, this Kriyaman action creates a new seed of karma. This new seed does not disappear into nothingness. It immediately falls deep into the vast reservoir of your past accumulations, making your inner bondage even stronger and tighter for the future. The second layer of karma, which lies just beneath the conscious mind in the territory of the subconscious, is called prarabdha karma. Prarabdha is that specific portion of your accumulated past which has become ripe for this life, which has been carved out of the whole to be lived, suffered, experienced, and passed through in this 70 or 80 years of your physical existence. It is your allotted destiny for this specific life cycle, and you cannot change it because the arrow has already left the bow. Once the arrow has been shot, it must run its course through the air until its kinetic energy is completely exhausted. You cannot recall it. You cannot force it to stop halfway. Your physical body, your basic psychological structure, your parentage, the specific time and locality of your birth, and the major turning points of your life are all determined by this prarabdha karma. You cannot avoid it, but you can do one thing. You can change your total attitude towards it. If you pass through your prarabdha with perfect alertness, with total acceptance, without any complaint or grudge, then that past debt is paid off. The account is permanently closed, and no new tracings are left behind for the future. But if you resist it, if you fight with it, if you complain and weep and cry, you are creating new Kriyaman reactions. And those reactions will go on falling back into the deepest reservoir of your being, creating a new chain of bondage. The third layer, the deepest and the most abysmal layer of your mind, which belongs to your total unconsciousness, is called Sanchita Karma. Sanchita is the accumulated whole of all your millions of past lives, from the very beginning of your journey into existence. It is a vast, infinite continent of memories, impressions, desires, and suppressed emotional residues. You have been a rock. You have been a tree. You have been a reptile, an insect, a wild animal, a barbarian, a king, a beggar. Everything that you have ever been, everything that you have ever thought, felt, or desired is stored there in that deep, dark cavern of your unconscious mind. It is out of this immense Sanchita vault that a small portion is brought out in each lifetime to become your prarabdha, your manifest destiny. You cannot look into this Sanchita storehouse with your ordinary, superficial, intellectual mind because the intellect has very small, limited slits and it can only see a small patch of reality at a time. To look into the Sanchita, you need the light of a fully integrated consciousness, the supreme searchlight of Samyama, which can illuminate the deepest and darkest recesses of your soul. When you become a pure witness, when you learn the art of non-identification, you can bring this light into the basement of your unconscious mind and look at all your past lives and impressions. The very vision of your past, the very understanding of how you have been moving in the same rut, repeating the same foolish patterns, chasing the same mirages for millions of lifetimes, becomes a great alchemical fire. In that very understanding, the seeds of all your past karmas are burned completely, and when the seeds are burned, your inner soil becomes absolutely pure, a nirbij state where nothing can sprout out of it again. But look at the pathology of your present life. You are completely unaware of this inner machinery. And because you are unaware, you go on repressing your emotions continuously, day in and day out. Society forces you to repress everything that is alive, everything that is natural, everything that is wild. The child is born wild, but the parents, the teachers, the priests, they are all organized to tame him, to civilize him, which means to poison his natural flow of energy. The child feels anger. He wants to scream, he wants to jump, he wants to hit. But the mother says, "Stop it, anger is bad. You are a good boy, and good boys don't get angry." The child is helpless, his survival depends on the mother, so he puts a false smile on his face and suppresses the anger deep within his body-mind. He does the same with his sexuality. He does the same with his sadness. He does the same with his fears. What happens to this suppressed energy? Energy cannot be destroyed. It can only be transformed or stored. When you suppress an emotion, it does not disappear. It simply sinks into the basement of your unconscious mind, into the Sanchita reservoir, and there it starts to putrefy, it starts to rot. It becomes a toxic poison circulating in your blood, in your nervous system, in your very cells. It remains there like a hidden volcano, and you have to use a great amount of your daily energy just to keep it down, to keep the lid on the volcano. Because you are using so much energy just to suppress your own inner filth, you live a very low energy life, a lukewarm life, always feeling tired, exhausted, and bored. I have heard an anecdote about a man who was very meticulous about his house. He wanted his house to look perfectly clean, beautiful, spotlessly white, because many respectable guests used to come to visit him. Whenever any dust would gather or any rubbish would accumulate, rather than throwing it out of the house, he would simply sweep it under the beautiful Persian carpets. He thought, this is very easy. It saves time and the house looks perfectly clean from the outside. He did this for years. The carpets started rising higher and higher, becoming like small hills in the rooms. It became difficult to walk. People would stumble over the carpets, and by, a terrible, foul smell started spreading all over the house because the hidden rubbish was rotting underneath. The guests stopped coming. The friends escaped, but the man continued to sweep the new dust under the carpets because he didn't know any other way of cleaning. He had become an expert in hiding the rubbish. This is exactly what you have done to your inner house. Your character, your morality, your respectability, your holy masks are nothing but beautiful Persian carpets. And underneath them you are carrying the rotting filth of millions of lives. You cannot enter into the true aloneness of Kaivalya. You cannot taste the ultimate bliss of your original mind unless you are ready to undergo a thorough inner cleansing, a complete catharsis. That's why in this dynamic energy field that we have created together, I strongly emphasize chaotic, cathartic methods of meditation. Patanjali did not talk about catharsis because 5,000 years ago, when he was on this earth, man was a totally different being, simple, primitive, living close to nature, without any heavy accumulations of social repression. But today you are so complex, so heavily armored, so deeply repressed that if I tell you to simply sit silently like a Buddha, you will only sit on your volcano and your silence will be nothing but a suppressed insanity. First, you need a great storm to clear the air. You need to cry, to weep, to scream, to laugh, to act out all your hidden madness in a controlled environment where you are not throwing it on anybody else. Beat the pillow, scream at the sky, let the body throb and shake with all its pent-up violence and sexuality. Throw the whole rubbish out of your system into the vacuum. When the volcano has erupted and the steam has been released, for the first time you will find yourself in a deep, natural, unforced silence. The rocks are removed from the path, and the living stream of your bioenergy can now flow smoothly upwards towards the higher centers of your being. This work of inner purification, of dehypnotizing your consciousness from the age-old chains of Sanchita and Prarabdha impressions, is the very core of our shared journey. To support this dynamic experiment, to allow this alchemical fire to burn brighter and brighter within our spiritual family. It is essential that we synchronize our energies in deep, unconditional trust. This commune is a sacred energy field, and your participation in it should be total, wholehearted. If you feel a passionate longing to grow, if you see that your life cannot be fulfilled by the cheap toys of the marketplace, then don't stand on the boundary like a cautious spectator. Enter into the inner circle. You can choose to manifest your commitment by clicking the join button on this platform, becoming a pillar of this living temple of consciousness. Or you can offer a gesture of love and sharing through super thanks, which is not a commercial transaction but a flow of vital energy from the disciple to the master. And if you want a precise map to navigate the subtle layers of your conscious, subconscious, and unconscious minds, look into our detailed ebooks, which are designed not to give you more information, but to sharpen your faculty of witnessing, to help you unlearn your old habits of repression. Do it as a playful celebration out of pure love, because when you are ready to risk your securities and pour your energy into the whole responds by pouring its infinite treasures back into your open heart. The mind is so incredibly cunning that the moment you clean a little bit of your conscious mind, the moment you experience a small glimpse of weightlessness or peace through your cathartic efforts, the ego immediately creates an intense and powerful ego trip out of your very progress. It says, "Look how beautifully I am meditating, how fast I am moving towards enlightenment. I have become such a special, extraordinary seeker." This is the ego's last and most subtle attack upon your consciousness. And it happens precisely in the spiritual situations. You have to be extraordinarily alert, because the ego can feed upon anything. It can feed upon your wealth, it can feed upon your poverty, it can feed upon your knowledge, it can feed upon your ignorance, it can feed upon your character, it can feed upon your sins. If you are a worldly man, the ego says, "I have more money than anybody else." If you renounce your money and become a beggar, the ego says, "Look, nobody has renounced as much as I have. I am the greatest saint." The drain pipe has replaced the staircase, but the movement remains the same. You are still climbing the same old ladder of superiority. This hidden volcanic load of suppressed emotional debris within the Sanchita and Prarabdha layers does not remain quiet. It continuously creates a deep inner chaos, an invisible traffic noise that colors and distorts all your perceptions of reality. Because you are carrying such a heavy load of unlived desires and unexpressed angers in your basement, you become fragmented, lopsided, and paralyzed. You cannot remain in the present moment because the past goes on pulling you back, and out of the frustration of the past, you go on projecting hopes into the future. This constant inner pull and push creates what Patanjali calls the 9 great obstacles to meditation, which distract and dissipate your mind. These 9 obstacles are disease, languor, doubt, carelessness, laziness, sensuality, delusion, impotency, and instability. And they arise because your bioenergy, your prana, is continuously leaking away through your extremities, through your fingers, through your eyes, and through your lower centers. You are like a bucket with holes. You pour energy into it through food, through water, through sleep, but it goes on leaking out through your unwatchful senses, leaving you always at the lowest level of your vitality. When your energy level is low, you cannot take the vertical flight into the boundless sky of your original mind. You remain confined to the grossest part of your existence, always feeling ill at ease, always suffering from a subtle tremor, an irregular breathing, a deep despair. Patanjali says, to remove these 9 obstacles, to stop these energy leakages, and to bring your whole system into a beautiful harmony, you must learn the art of abhyasa, meditating on one principle, which is the universal sound of Om. But remember, Om is not a word to be repeated mechanically like a parrot. It is a scientific formula to be used with full mindfulness, with absolute witnessing awareness. If you simply go on repeating Aum, Aum, Aum without any meditation, it will become a lullaby, a subtle drug, a transcendental, non-medicinal tranquilizer that will send your body-mind into a deep hypnotic sleep. It will soothe your nervous system. It will give you a good sleep, but it will not awaken you. It will make you a zombie. The right way to use the mantra is to create the sound waves within your body-mind, and yet stand like a witness on the hill, watching the sound echo and re-echo within your inner valley. Let the body repeat the sound loudly in the first stage, until every cell of your physical body is saturated with the vibration, until your very bones start vibrating with it. When the body is saturated, sex will disappear completely, because the whole body becomes so calm, so soothed, that there is no need to release the energy through the lowest safety valve. Then close your mouth and repeat it mentally in the second stage, letting the subtle mind-body be completely filled with the vibration. When the mind is filled, ordinary human love disappears, because the mental need for the other is gone. And then comes the third stage, where you don't repeat it at all, neither bodily nor mentally. You simply become a passive listener, and you hear the uncreated sound, the anahat nad, the sound of one hand clapping, vibrating eternally at the very core of your heart. This is the ultimate synthesis where the observer becomes the observed, where your inner space becomes one with the cosmic space, and all the 9 obstacles simply drop away from your path, leaving you in the pristine aloneness of your eternal liberation. This inner conflict that you continuously feel between your outer actions and your inner desires is nothing but a clear indication that your life energy is flowing in a fragmented way, leaking through 1,001 loopholes that you have cultivated through your unconscious habits. You are like a broken vessel, a leaky bucket that is filled every day through food, through water, through air, and through sleep. But by the evening you find yourself completely empty, exhausted, and drained because you do not know how to hold this energy. You do not know how to preserve it within your own being. This constant leakage of your vital life force is what keeps you tethered to the lowest level of your existence, moving horizontally from one superficial desire to another, always in a hurry, always running, but never reaching anywhere because your house is leaking from every corner. To understand how to stop these leakages, to understand how to transform your body into a perfect, self-contained field of energy, we must look deeply into what Patanjali describes as the 9 great obstacles that distract the human mind and cause these bioenergetic leakages. These 9 obstacles are not separate diseases. They are different symptoms of a single underlying dysfunction of your energy fields, and they must be encountered through a continuous moment-to-moment watchfulness. The first obstacle is disease, vyadhi, which means a non-rhythmic, discordant flow of your inner bioelectricity, your prana. The second is languor, sthayana, a state of low energy search where you talk and talk about great spiritual things but do absolutely nothing because you don't have the energy to move a single inch. The third is doubt, sanshaya, an inner indecisiveness that keeps you paralyzed on the crossroads, unable to choose or take a definitive step. The fourth is carelessness, pramad, moving like a zombie or a hypnotized person, completely unaware of what you are doing, what you are saying, or where you are going. The fifth is laziness, alasya, where the very zest for life is lost because your inner system is weighed down by the dust of past failures and frustrations. The sixth is sensuality, avirati, where your energy accumulates only at the lowest center, the sex center. And because you don't know any higher use for it, you simply throw it out back into nature to relieve the tension. The seventh is delusion, Bhranti Darshana, living in a false world of illusions, imaginations, and subjective projections, unable to see facts as they are. The eighth is impotency, alabdha bhumikatva, a deep-rooted feeling of inner helplessness, an inability to find a firm ground to stand upon. And the ninth is instability, anavastitatva, a condition of the mind where you start a certain practice for a few days and then drop it out of boredom, so that you are always starting from the very ABC again, moving on and off without ever reaching to any fruition. Let us look minutely into the nature of languor, sthayana, because this is the most common state of human consciousness. Why do you feel so tired, so exhausted, even in the morning when you have just jumped out of your bed? The body has slept for 8 hours. The machinery has rested, yet the freshness is missing. The morning light does not bring a song to your heart, and your eyes are dull, without any spark of life. This happens because your energy is leaking continuously through specific exit points in your physical structure. According to the profound science of bioenergetics, anything pointed in nature releases energy very easily. A pointed iron rod will release electricity faster than a round metal ball. Your physical body has 4 major pointed exit points from where your bioelectricity is constantly escaping into the outer world: your fingertips, your toes, your eyes, and your reproductive center. Your fingers are pointed, and whenever you move your hands in an unconscious, fidgety way, you are leaking energy. Your eyes are the greatest spendthrifts of your vital life force. They release almost 80% of your total bioelectricity. You are constantly looking at things that are absolutely unnecessary. Reading advertisements on the walls, staring at strangers on the street, watching television, filtering the whole world through your eyes without any awareness. And each look dissipates a certain amount of your inner light. By the evening, your eyes are heavy and tired, and when the eyes are tired, your whole system feels completely depleted and dead. If you feel this deep thirst to stop these leakages, to preserve your inner light so that it can become a revolutionary force within our spiritual community, you must understand that this work cannot be done as an intellectual exercise. It requires your total, wholehearted involvement. When you sit here with me in this hall, or when you join our global family of seekers through the join button on this platform. You are entering into a highly scientific energy field designed specifically to repair these broken buckets. By becoming a member of this living ashram, you learn how to step out of the collective crowd and create an independent, unconditioned inner space for your being. Your love and gratitude can manifest as a direct sharing of bioenergy through super thanks, helping to keep this master key available for thousands of searching souls who are dying of thirst in the desert of the marketplace. And if you need a clear, rigorous map to navigate the complex pathways of your inner landscape, look into our detailed ebooks, which are not books of information but compilations of live insights designed to help you unlearn your old habits of dissipation. Do it not as a transaction, not like a businessman calculating his profits, but as a pure, playful celebration of your love. And you will see that the moment you open your hands to share, the whole universe responds by pouring its infinite treasures back into your heart. To stop these energy leaks completely, you must discover the hidden geometry of your own body. Patanjali and the ancient seers did not invent yoga postures, asanas, as a form of gymnastics or physical training. They are methods to transform your body into a perfect, self-contained circle. A circle is the most perfect geometric form in existence because it has no corners, no pointed edges from where energy can escape into the open space. It is an undivided whole that perpetuates its own movement like a wheel. When you sit in a right posture, like Siddhasana or Padmasana, you cross your legs, you put your feet upon each other, and you place your hands together, palm over palm, in your lap. What are you doing in that moment? You are creating an inner closed circuit. The energy that would have escaped from the pointed fingertips of your right hand enters directly into your left hand. The energy that would have leaked out from your toes enters back into the opposite leg. The whole body becomes a circuit, a loop. Then you close your eyes, and the 80% of your bioelectricity that would have been wasted on the outer world is retained inside, reflected back into your own interiority. The moment all these leakages are stopped, when your hands, your feet, and your eyes are closed to the outside world and the energy can no longer move outwards, a magnificent transformation happens to the field of your prana. The energy starts spooling up inside you, rising higher and higher like water behind a great dam. It assumes a specific geometric form, the shape of an egg, what the ancient Hindus have called the Shivalinga. The Shivalinga is not a phallic symbol in the way Western psychoanalysts like Freud have distorted and misinterpreted it. It is the exact scientific representation of your bioelectric field when it becomes a perfect self-contained circle. It is egg-shaped because the egg is the primary natural geometry of all life. Every life in the universe begins as an egg cell. When your inner prana moves in a perfect circle, you become like an egg of pure light, a Shivalinga of bioelectricity within your own body. The moment this happens, languor disappears completely. You are no longer a beggar asking for energy from others. You are full, overflowing, high with your own internal power. This accumulated energy becomes a tremendous force, a dynamic waterfall that stands ready to trigger the dormant potentials of your inner being, opening the gates of your higher consciousness. Let us look more deeply into the first obstacle, disease, vyadhi, and see how it relates to this bioelectric geometry of the body. Disease is nothing but a disharmony, a non-rhythmic flow in your electric aura. Kirlian photography in Soviet Russia has now proved scientifically that 6 months before any illness manifests in your gross physical body, it appears as a hole, a gap, a darkness in your electric body, your pranamaya kosha. If your bioenergy is not flowing in a perfect circle, if there is a block, a resistance in a certain part of the body, then that part becomes cold, weak, and diseased. Allopathy works only on the gross physical body. It is a suppressive system of medicine that fights with the effects. If an illness appears in the stomach, allopathy suppresses it there. Then it escapes and explodes from some other weak point. Because the master, the vital body, has not been corrected. Yoga works on the inner general, on the master key of your bioelectricity. By chanting the universal sound of Om with full mindfulness, by letting the sound waves reflect back upon you like a rain of light, you can heal these gaps in your electric body. The sound waves fall upon your Shivalinga energy field, smoothing the rough corners, breaking the blocks, and making the circle perfect again. This brings us to the sixth obstacle described by Patanjali, sensuality, avirati, which is the most deep-rooted habit of the human mind. Why do you feel so much obsessed with sex and sensuality? Why are your eyes continuously seeking the other on the street, in the marketplace, everywhere? It is simply because your energy level is low and you do not know any higher centers of your being. Whenever you accumulate a little energy through your food, your water, and your sleep, you don't know what to do with it. You don't know any vertical flight, so the energy naturally gathers at the lowest center, the sex center, Muladhara. It becomes heavy there, a burden, and you feel tense, nervous, and full of anxiety. To relieve this tension, you throw the energy out into nature through the sexual orgasm. It is a release, a safety valve. This is a very primitive way of living, a vicious circle of accumulating energy, feeling heavy, throwing it out, feeling empty, and then filling up again with new fuel. When you transform your body into the geometry of the Shivalinga, when you sit in deep meditation and witness the inner sound, the energy level goes high, like water rising in a dam. The water rises so high that it starts touching the other dynamos, the other centers, the other chakras along your spine, triggering them into a beautiful, harmonious activity. You must understand that these 9 obstacles are not separate enemies. They are just different forms of your unawareness, your avidya. Because you live on the surface, because you are identified with your body and your mind, you are constantly in a state of fear. And out of fear arises the need to possess, the need to control, the need to argue and prove. This creates a deep inner division, a civil war within your consciousness, where your right hand is constantly fighting with your left hand, where your intellect is constantly suppressing your intuition. You are in a constant state of friction, and that friction dissipates your energy, leaving you impotent and unstable. Patanjali says that all these obstacles can be removed by meditating on one principle, by becoming a pure witness of the inner astronomy, by watching the sun and the moon within your own body. The sun center is your sex center, the source of all heat, violence, and aggression. The moon center is your hara, 2 inches below the navel, the center of death, passivity, and absolute relaxation. Ordinarily, your energy swings from one to the other, like a pendulum moving right and left, never stopping in the middle. When you are angry, you are at the sun center. When you are sad or depressed, you are at the moon center. This constant swinging keeps you unbalanced, lopsided, neurotic. The whole science of yoga is to bring the sun energy to meet the moon energy exactly in the middle, in the central canal of your backbone, which is called Sushumna. When the male energy of the sun meets the female energy of the moon within your own body, a magnificent inner orgasm happens. The 2 energies negate each other. The conflict ceases completely, and suddenly you are neither man nor woman, neither hard nor soft. You become a pure, transparent presence. All the boundaries drop, all the window frames are burned, and your energy starts falling upwards, defying the law of gravitation, moving on the wings of grace towards the ultimate peak of Sahasrar. But for this to happen, you must stop your constant habits of judgment and condemnation. If you condemn your sex, if you condemn your anger, if you fight with them, you are creating new blocks, new musculatures in your body, and those blocks will not allow the energy to flow into the Sushumna. You have to look at them with absolute indifference, with a deep, non-judgmental watchfulness, letting the energy melt through the fire of your awareness. If you feel this deep call to move beyond your inner divisions, if you want to experience the true alignment of your sun and moon energies within this communal field of awareness, don't let your mind create unnecessary arguments and postponements. The mind will say, tomorrow I will practice. Tomorrow I will become non-attached. Tomorrow I will meditate. This tomorrow is the greatest illusion, the finest drug that keeps you asleep. Wake up right now. You are listening to me? Just listen without any interpretation, without any comparison with your past knowledge. Let my words function as a dehypnotizing force, shattering all the false structures that the society has built around you. You can choosingly deepen your involvement with this alchemical work by clicking the join button to become a permanent member of our global Sangha. Or you can offer a gesture of pure love and support through super thanks, helping us to share this light with thousands of other searching souls. Explore our comprehensive ebooks to find a systematic map for your inner topography, helping you to locate your energy leakages and to transform your body into the perfect geometry of the Shivalinga. Do it as a dynamic movement of your love, and you will see that the moment you are ready to lose your small false identities, the ultimate reality reveals itself to you as your very own nature. This transformation of your body into a circular energy field is the very foundation for the inner astronomy that Patanjali describes. When your energy is no longer leaking through your fingertips, your toes, or your eyes, when you sit in a perfect asana with your spine straight, your hands crossed, and your eyes gently closed, you become a reservoir of silent power. For the first time, your consciousness becomes so strong, so sharp, like a sword of light, that you can move it to any center within your body and unlock its hidden mysteries. Each center is a star in your inner sky, and each center has a specific quality, a specific function, a specific potentiality that waits for your awareness to trigger it into activity. Ordinarily, you live only at the first center, the sex center, Muladhar, which is a very narrow, gross existence. But when the energy is preserved, when it moves into the Sushumna channel, it starts rising vertically, touching one center after another, and at each touch, a new world opens before you. A new dimension of bliss and benediction is revealed. Patanjali says that by performing samyama on these different centers, the yogi gains complete mastery over his own physiology and over the elements of the material world. If you bring your samyama, your concentration, your meditation, and your samadhi together as a single focused force to the moon center, the hara, you will gain complete knowledge concerning the arrangement of the stars, the other centers within your body. If you bring your samyama to the polar star within you, which is your witnessing awareness, the sakshan, you will gain knowledge of the continuous movement of all the changing states of your mind and body. If you bring your samyama to the navel center, Manipur, you will gain a total, absolute knowledge of the organization of the physical body, because the navel is the very root from where your body was created and nourished in the womb of your mother. If you bring your samyama to the throat center, Vishuddha, all feelings of hunger and thirst disappear completely, because the throat is the center from where the brain symptoms of thirst and hunger are regulated. And if you bring your samyama to the subtle nerve called Kurmanadhi, which is the vehicle of your prana, your breathing, you will become completely motionless, still like a rock, because all physical movement comes through the rhythm of your breathing. These are not miracles, remember. Patanjali is a pure scientist, and he does not believe in any miracles or superstitions. All these phenomena follow absolute exact laws of your inner bioelectricity. When you bring your consciousness to a focus, when you become one-pointed, you can change the very chemistry of your body. But the problem is that you are so much habituated to living a fragmented life, always pulled in different directions by your conflicting desires, that you never allow your energy to accumulate to the point of an overflow. And Patanjali says that the transformation from one class, species, or kind into another is possible only through the overflow of your natural tendencies or potentialities. If you repress your energy through austerities, if you say no to your body, if you become a masochist and enjoy torturing yourself, you will never be in an overflow. You will be dry like a dead stump, and no flowers, can ever come to a dead tree. You have to be natural, relaxed, flowing like a river, allowing your energy to build up through meditation and awareness until it overflows from your highest center, the Sahasrar. This upward journey of your vital life force, this vertical movement of time from the sex center to the crown of your head, is what yoga means by becoming Urdhvaretas. It is the ultimate meeting of the Alpha and the Omega within your own consciousness. Right now, your energy is moving downwards, out into the world of things and objects through the sex center. You go on losing your energy, and each loss brings you closer to death. When you sit in a perfect circle, when you perform samyama on your inner geometry, the energy takes a turn, a radical turnaround, and starts moving upwards through the Sushumna channel. It passes through the heart center where earth and heaven meet. It passes through the throat center where receiving and giving become one harmony. It passes through the third eye where all dualities are integrated. And finally it reaches the Sahasrar, where you stand as a pure, unlimited witness, free from all bodies, free from all minds, free from all limitations. This is the state of Mahavideha, where the covering of the light is destroyed completely, and you find yourself standing under the open sky of your eternal liberation. This vast inner sky is not empty. It is a magnificent cosmos full of stars, suns, and moons. A complete inner astronomy that you carry within your own structure. Patanjali is mapping this inner ground very accurately, and he is not interested in the outer sky or the outer stars. He is interested in you because man is a microcosm, a miniature universe condensed into a small space. Whatsoever exists outside in the macrocosm exists exactly inside your own being. The whole universe is reflected within you like the sky in a small lake. But you move in absolute darkness your whole life, completely unaware of your own inner topography, completely unaware of the magnificent energy systems that are hidden behind your physical flesh. You are like a house whose master is fast asleep, and all the servants are running the house in a chaotic way. When you bring your consciousness to a focus, when you attain to the supreme integration of samyama, you bring a light into this dark house. And in that light, the whole inner astronomy is revealed to you. You become aware of the sun, you become aware of the moon, and you become aware of all the stars that are continuously moving and revolving within your own consciousness. The first and most prominent force you come across in your inner astronomy is the sun within you. This sun is not the astronomical body hanging out there in the sky. It is your sex center, Muladhar, the very source of all your heat, your vitality, your warmth, and your physical life energy. The sex center is the sun within you, and it has a corresponding channel in your breathing system. Your right nostril is the sun breath, what yoga calls Pingala. This right nostril is connected with the left hemisphere of your brain, which is the seat of logic, reason, mathematics, analysis, and science. The sun energy is aggressive, violent, outgoing, extroverted. Whenever you get angry, your sun breath takes over immediately. Your breathing becomes fast, shallow, and hot. You start perspiring. Your face becomes red, and a feverish heat circulates in your blood. This sun current is a natural given force. It is the energy of your biology, the energy of your past, the energy that links you to your parents and to the whole evolutionary history of matter. If you continuously live only through this sun current, you will remain an aggressive, tense, competitive being, always trying to conquer something, always trying to reach somewhere in the future, and always remaining deeply frustrated and miserable. The second great force in your inner astronomy is the moon within you. The moon center is your hara, located exactly 2 inches below your navel. The moon has no energy of its own. It simply reflects the light of the sun. But in that reflection, it transforms the energy completely. It changes the hot, burning, feverish energy of the sun into a cool, calm, peaceful, and tranquil light. Your left nostril is the moon breath, what yoga calls Ida. This left nostril is connected with the right hemisphere of your brain, which is the seat of intuition, imagination, poetry, love, and art. The moon energy is passive, receptive, silent, introverted. If you look at the sun, you will start getting mad. If you look at the moon, you will feel a deep peace surrounding you. This inner moon center is almost non-functioning in you because the whole society is male-oriented, sun-oriented, work-oriented. You have been trained from your very childhood to be aggressive, to compete, to fight, to analyze. You have been forced into the left hemisphere of your brain, into the sun mind. The moon mind has been completely neglected, suppressed, and denied. You can observe this inner astronomy functioning within you every day because your breathing continuously changes. For almost 40 minutes, your right nostril functions, the sun is up. then it shifts, and for 40 minutes your left nostril functions, the moon is up. Continuously within your body-mind, the sun and moon change their phases. You swing from sun to moon, from moon to sun, like a pendulum. When the sun breath is functioning, you are in a different mood. You are more ready to argue, to fight, to go out into the marketplace. When the moon breath is functioning, you are more relaxed, more silent, more loving, more ready to meditate. Yogis watch this inner movement of the stars very carefully. In yoga, it is a basic rule that when you get out of your bed in the morning, you must check which nostril is functioning. If the left nostril is functioning, the moon is up, it is the perfect moment to get out of bed because you will remain cool and collected the whole day. If the right nostril is functioning, close it. Breathe from the left for a few minutes. Let the moon take over, and only then step down on the earth. Otherwise, your whole day will be full of unnecessary irritation, anger, and conflict. Let me tell you a small joke about how the male sun mind and the female moon mind continuously clash in the world because they cannot understand each other's language. A husband and his wife were sitting in a restaurant, and the husband, being a very logical, intellectual man, was reading the newspaper and completely ignoring his wife. The wife, being a moon person, living by feelings and intuition, felt very lonely and unloved. She wanted to create a contact. She wanted a warm, loving atmosphere. So she looked out of the window and said softly, "Look, darling, what a beautiful full moon night it is. The moon is so romantic." The husband didn't even look up from his newspaper. He simply muttered, "So what? The moon has no light of its own. It is just reflecting the sun, and it is a dead rock covered in dust. So what is there to be romantic about?" The wife became completely silent, sad, and depressed. The husband thought he had given a very scientific, accurate answer, but he had completely killed the communion. The male mind is always looking for facts, for logic, for proofs. The female mind is looking for feelings, for intimacy, for love. They live on different planes of time and space, and unless they are synthesized within your own being, you will remain a divided house, a constant civil war. This division, this inner rift between your sun and moon currents, begins right at the lowest center, the sex center, Muladhara. Sex energy is born at the Muladhara, and it is a hot, feverish solar energy. It wants to move downwards, out into the world to find the other. It needs the other to create a momentary integration, a split-second whole. but just above the sex center, 2 inches below the navel, is the hara, the moon center, the center of absolute passivity and death. Whenever your sex energy becomes too intense, it starts creating big waves of energy that overlap the hara center. The moment the sex current touches the death center, a great panic arises within you, a deep fear. That's why people are afraid of deep sexuality, afraid of total orgasm, because in a total orgasm, you feel as if you are dying. The sex center is life, the hara center is death. They are the two polarities. If you are afraid of death, you will remain afraid of total love and total sex also, because love always demands that you die as an ego. This hara center, this moon within you, is the very cross that every Christ has to carry. It is the center of your crucifixion, but only through that crucifixion is your resurrection possible. When you sit in deep meditation, when you practice samyama on your inner astronomy, you don't repress the sex energy. You don't fight with the sun within you. You simply watch it with absolute non-judgmental awareness. Through that watchfulness, the hot energy of the sun starts moving inwards, pulled by the tremendous magnetic force of the moon center, the hara. When the sun energy enters the moon center, a great alchemical marriage happens within your being. The hot, aggressive energy is completely cooled down, transformed into a serene, tranquil light. For the first time, you experience an inner orgasm that does not depend on anybody else outside you. You have met your own internal complementary force. The Ida and Pingala channels, the left and right currents, dissolve completely into the central canal of your spine, which is called Sushumna. When your energy enters the Sushumna channel, you become an Odvaretas, one whose life force moves vertically upwards, defying the law of gravitation and riding on the wings of grace. The horizontal movement of desire and time stops completely, and you start climbing the magnificent staircase of the chakras towards the ultimate peak of Sahasrar. If you want to experience this beautiful vertical flight within our global family of seekers, if you want to support this dynamic lab of human transformation, you have to bring your total intensity into this space. This ashram is a live energy field where my presence is available to you to shock you out of your old hypnotic patterns. You can choosingly deepen your alignment with this work by clicking the join button to become an intrinsic member of our spiritual sangha. Or you can offer a gesture of pure love and sharing through Super Thanks, which is a movement of your bioenergy to help this light reach searching souls all over the earth. And if you need a precise scientific map to understand your inner astronomy, to navigate through the complex channels of Ida, Pingala, and Sushumna. Explore our detailed e-books. They are not books of information to feed your head. They are tools designed to help you unlearn your old habits of dissipation and to stabilize your consciousness at your true center. Do it out of sheer delight, out of the pure joy of being a participant in an evolution that is taking humanity from matter to God. Once the energy enters the Sushumna, the first center it irrigates above the Hara is the navel center, Manipur. The navel center is the great reservoir of your vital life force. For 9 months in the womb of your mother, you were fed only through this center. When samyama is performed on the navel center, a total, absolute knowledge of the organization of the body is gained, because the body is organized around the navel as its primary hub. Above the navel is the heart center, Anahat, where the lower 3 centers and the upper 3 centers meet in a magnificent synthesis. The heart is the seal of Solomon, the meeting place of earth and heaven, of matter and spirit, of Prakriti and Purusha. When your energy touches the heart center, love flowers within you for the first time. This love is not a need, it is not a dependency. It is a pure, overflowing celebration of your being. You become a green forest, full of fruits and flowers, ready to share with anyone who comes close to you. Above the heart center is the throat center, Vishuddha, which is the center of pure receiving and giving. Ordinarily, people are stuck at the infantile stage of the throat center. They only know how to receive, how to demand, how to suck energy from others like a child sucking milk from the mother's breast. They are oral personalities, always dependent, always miserable. When samyama is performed on the throat center, a perfect synthesis happens. You become capable of receiving from the whole and giving to the whole. All your creative expressions, your songs, your poetry, your dances arise out of this throat center when it is irrigated by the upward moving prana. And Patanjali says that by performing samyama on the throat, all feelings of hunger and thirst disappear completely, because you have touched the very node where the brain regulates these bodily symptoms. You become independent of the physical needs because you have found a higher nourishment within your own interiority. Higher than the throat is the third eye center, Ajna, located exactly between your 2 physical eyes. At the third eye, the right and left brain hemispheres meet and are perfectly bridged. The Ida and Pingala currents become completely one into the Sushumna. This is the center of pure vision, unclouded by any projections, any imaginations, any memories of the past. You see reality as it is, without any verbalization, without any labels. But this too is not the end. This is just the last step before the ultimate abyss. Just above the third eye is the crown chakra, the 1000 petal lotus of Sahasrar, the omega point of human evolution. When your energy reaches the Sahasrar, the old mind with all its logical traps, its sun and moon dualities, its divisions of right and wrong, simply evaporates into nothingness. The analytical capacity of the mind is completely gone, and it is replaced by pratibha, which means absolute, transintuitive, instantaneous cognition. Through pratibha, you gain knowledge of everything simultaneously. It is not a gradual process. It is not that you know one thing now and another thing next moment. You look at an object and you see its past, its present, and its future all at once in a single timeless vision. The whole forest is revealed to you in a sudden flash of eternal lightning. You transcend the world process completely. You become a Mahavideha, a being who lives beyond all bodies, gross or subtle, a pure witness who is self-illuminating, radiating like 10 million suns and 10 million moons, meeting in a great cosmic orgasm. This is the ultimate peak of Kaivalya, absolute innocent aloneness where the other has disappeared forever, and only the divine is left, celebrating itself through you. Let this inner astronomy be your only search, your only discipline, your only love affair, and don't rest until the 1000 petal lotus has bloomed in its total grandeur within your soul. When this golden explosion happens at the very peak of your being, when the 1000 petal lotus of Sahasrar opens its magnificence to the beyond, you enter into a separate reality where the whole language of your old mind becomes completely obsolete. This blooming is the ultimate fulfillment of your inner astronomy, the cosmic moment where your inner man and your inner woman meet in an everlasting, absolute embrace. Ordinarily, you are running after the other outside because you are deeply divided and fragmented within yourself. A man seeks a woman outside. A woman seeks a man outside because their inner sun and inner moon are in a constant civil war, unbalanced and lopsided. You are using the other person as a means to achieve a temporary integration, a split-second whole which you call sexual pleasure. But that meeting can only be momentary because it happens through the grossest part of your structure, the physical body. It is like two ice cubes rubbing against each other. They can touch their surfaces, but they cannot melt into each other's centers. The orgasm that happens at the lowest center, Muladhar, is just a minor release, a tiny safety valve to throw out the heavy accumulated electricity that you don't know what to do with. But when, through the fire of your witnessing awareness, through the intense and sincere effort of your meditation, the energy starts moving vertically upwards through the central channel of Sushumna, it reaches the highest pinnacle of your existence. At the Sahasrar, a totally different dimension of ecstasy opens before you, a cosmic orgasm that knows no beginning and no end. It is the ultimate meeting of the Alpha and the Omega, the perfect union of your sun and moon currents, where all dualities are permanently integrated and dissolved. In this supreme union, you don't feel that you are blissful. You simply become bliss itself. You don't feel that you are experiencing something. You become the very experience. This is what Patanjali means when he says that experience is the result of your inability to differentiate between pure consciousness, Purusha, and pure intelligence, Sattva, although they are absolutely distinct. All your ordinary experiences, your miseries, your pleasures, your sadnesses, your joys, they are all errors born out of your unconscious identification with the body-mind mechanism. When you sit in deep silence, when you allow this inner marriage of your masculine and feminine energies to happen, you become a pure witness, a silent onlooker on the hill, and the whole world of your old mind's projections simply evaporates into nothingness. The ego cannot survive in this state of absolute organic unity, because the ego lives only through division, through conflict, through putting itself against the other. The ego needs a thou to fight with, to dominate, to manipulate. It needs a boundary to define its own false separate existence. But when you reach the Sahasrar, there is no other. The other has completely disappeared from your consciousness. You are left in your pristine, innocent aloneness, and that aloneness is so full, so overflowing, that you have become the whole universe. When the dewdrop falls into the ocean, it loses its small, false identity, but it gains the vast infinity of the ocean itself. You cannot find the dewdrop anymore, but you can say that now the dewdrop has become the ocean. Let me tell you a very beautiful, humorous story to ground this abstract, esoteric mechanism into your understanding. I have heard about an eminent archbishop, a very learned scholar, who lived a life of great respectability, puritanical discipline, and strict moralism. He had never allowed himself to laugh. He had never allowed himself to look at a woman with desire. He had suppressed all his natural instincts completely. He thought he was a saint, and his whole congregation looked at him with great awe and reverence. One day he died and reached the pearly gates of heaven. He was full of pride. He stood there with his head held high, waiting for a grand reception, because he had been a most faithful servant of God on earth. Saint Peter opened the gate, looked at his file, and sighed deeply. He told the Archbishop, "I am sorry, but your file is completely blank. You have no sins recorded here, but you have no good deeds either." The Archbishop was shocked. He couldn't believe his ears. He said, "What are you saying? I have lived a perfectly moral life. I never drank. I never committed adultery. I never gambled. I never got angry. My whole life I was a paradigm of virtue." Saint Peter smiled sadly and said, "That's the problem. You were so busy avoiding sin. You were so occupied with your strict discipline and control that you completely forgot to live. You have never loved anybody. You have never danced with joy. You have never laughed from your belly. You have just been a dead statue for 70 years. Your holiness is nothing but a deep, cold, frozen egoism. Heaven is a place for those who are alive, for those who can celebrate, for those who can sing and dance with the whole. You are too serious, too stiff. You will bore everybody to death here. Go back, live a little, commit a few mistakes, get a little dirty in the mud of life, and when you have learned how to love and laugh, come back again." This is the trouble with your so-called religious people. They have made religion so dry, so serious, so dead, that it has become a graveyard. But I tell you, God is not a serious old man sitting in the sky. God is a dance, an overflowing celebration of life. If you want to meet Him, you will have to learn how to dance. You will have to learn how to love. You will have to learn how to be playful and sincere without being serious. My whole work here with you in this ashram is to create a dynamic field of energy where you can throw out all your serious, heavy, dead structures and become alive again, fresh like a small child. This assembly of ours, this gathering of the wild ones, is a sacred energy lab where we are working together to make this great vertical flight possible for you. It is a live, radiating matrix of consciousness where my energy is available to you to shatter your old rotten habits of division and repression. If you feel a deep, passionate call within your soul to be an intrinsic part of this spiritual revolution, if you want to support this wave of light, so that it can reach to thousands of other searching souls all over the earth, you must not remain a cautious fence sitter. You can choose to deepen your connection with this field by clicking the join button on this platform, becoming a true member of our global Sangha. Let your love and gratitude flow as a direct sharing of your bioenergy through Super Thanks, which is not a commercial transaction, but a sacred bridge between the disciple and the master. And if you need a clear, scientific map to understand your inner topography, to navigate through the complex movements of your chakras, and to understand the deep mechanisms of your sun and moon energies, explore our detailed ebooks. Do it out of your pure joy, out of the sheer delight of being a participant in a cosmic celebration, because the more you pour your energy into the whole without any calculations, the more the whole pours itself back into your open being. When the inner man and the inner woman meet at the Sahasrar, when the sun energy is completely absorbed and transformed by the moon energy, the analytical mind ceases completely and you enter into a state of transcendental consciousness which Patanjali calls Pratibha. This word Pratibha is tremendously beautiful, and it cannot be translated as intuition, because intuition is still part of the duality. Intuition belongs to the moon center, the hara. It is a feminine way of knowing, through hunches, through feelings, through a sudden flash. Intellect belongs to the sun center. It is a male way of knowing, through logic, reason, analysis. Pratibha is beyond both. It is a supra-intuition, a transcendental state of awareness where all dualities have been surpassed and left behind. In the state of Pratibha, your cognition does not need any use of the physical body or the sense organs. It is an instantaneous cognition. Right now, if you want to see me, you have to use your gross eyes. Your eyes are like windows through which you look out at the world. But your eyes can only see a very limited patch of reality. They cannot see that which is hidden. They cannot see that which is subtle. They cannot see that which is far away in time and space. But when you reach to Pratibha, you stand under the open sky, without any windows, without any frames. Your cognition becomes absolute, immediate, and all-inclusive. You look at an object and you see its past, its present, and its future all at once, simultaneously, in a single, timeless vision. Time is no longer a linear process for you, a movement from yesterday to today and to tomorrow. Time becomes a simultaneous pool of eternity. Everything is here now. This seems absolutely impossible to your logical mind, because your logical mind can only think in terms of step-by-step progress, in terms of cause and effect. How can a child be born and grow old and die right now, in this very moment? But that division of time is your limitation, not the reality of time. It is exactly like you are standing on the ground and you look at a road. You can see only a small patch of the road. A man appears from the left corner, walks a few steps before your eyes, and disappears into the right corner. For you, the man's appearance is the present, his coming from the left is the future, and his disappearing into the right is the past. But somebody is sitting on the top of a tree. He can see much farther. He can see the man long before he appears to you, and he can see the man long after he has disappeared for you. And if somebody is flying high in a helicopter, he can see the whole road from the very beginning to the very end, simultaneously in a single look. For him, the past, the present, and the future of that walking man have disappeared. They have become a single coexisting reality. When you reach the Sahasrar, you are at the highest peak of your consciousness, flying in the cosmic helicopter of Pratibha. From that supreme height, the whole Ganges of life is visible to you from its very source in the Himalayas to its very end in the ocean. All at once, you see the seed, you see the sprout, you see the tree, you see the flower, and you see the fruit simultaneously. This is the meaning of omniscience, sarvagya. Not that you know everything in a quantitative way, like an encyclopedia, but that you have attained to a quality of vision where everything is transparent to you, where nothing is hidden from your sight, where the secret has become completely open. Let me tell you another beautiful, witty anecdote to help your mind understand how we get caught in our own small, superficial ways of looking at things and go on missing the grand reality that is surrounding us. I have heard about an old, very wealthy man, a billionaire, who lived in a massive mansion in New York. He had everything that money could buy, but he was completely blind from his very childhood. He was very sad and depressed because he had never seen the light of the sun. He had never seen the green of the trees. He had never seen the beautiful faces of women. He spent millions of dollars on the greatest surgeons of the world, and finally a revolutionary surgery was performed on his eyes. The operation was a great success, and the day came when the bandages were to be removed. The doctor removed the bandages slowly, carefully, and told him, "Now open your eyes." slowly. The billionaire opened his eyes, and for the first time in his life, light rushed into his consciousness. He looked out of the window. The sun was rising. The sky was a beautiful blue. The trees were green, and a gorgeous young nurse was standing by his side, smiling. He was so enchanted, so overwhelmed with joy, that he started dancing and crying. He hugged the doctor and said, "Doctor, you are a god. You have given me my eyes. You have revealed a new world to me. I am so grateful. I am ready to give you half of my wealth." The doctor smiled and said, "I am glad that you can see. But let me tell you one thing. This world was always there exactly like this, even when you were blind. The sun was rising every day, the sky was blue, and the trees were green. It is not a new world that I have created. I have only cured your eyes. The world has not changed. Your capacity to see has changed. This is what happens when you become enlightened, when you attain to pratibha. The divine is already here, surrounding you from everywhere. It is in the trees, it is in the rocks, it is in the people around you, it is in your own breathing. It is not that a new God descends from heaven when you become enlightened. You only open your eyes. Your blindness disappears. Your cataract is removed. Your hypnotic sleep is broken, and you see that which has always been the case. This is it. Once you are in this state of pratibha, a great mastery over the Panchabhutas, the five elements, is obtained. You become completely free from the power of the elements to obstruct your body, because you know that you are not the material structure, you are the immaterial master hidden behind it. Your body attains to a state of perfection which Patanjali describes as beauty, grace, strength, and adamantine hardness. It becomes like a lotus made of diamonds, hard as a diamond and yet soft as a lotus petal, because all the polarities of your being have met and merged into a supreme harmony. But remember, Patanjali is a very cautious master. He goes on hammering the point again and again because he knows the subtle, cunning ways of your ego. He says, when these powers start happening, when you can see without the use of your physical eyes, when you can hear the faraway sounds without your physical ears, when you can read the thoughts of others, when you can materialize things out of nothingness, a great temptation will surround you. This is the last and most powerful trap of the ego. The ego will say, "Look, what a great miracle monger I have become. I have infinite powers. I can play with nature like a god." If you get attached to these powers, if you start exhibiting them to satisfy your pride, to gain applause from the crowd, your vertical flight stops immediately. You are thrown back into the horizontal movement of desire and time. You have fallen from the very threshold of heaven back into the deepest mud of your old hell. All powers, all siddhis are major obstacles in the way of samadhi. They are beautiful if your mind is turned outward towards the world of objects. Then you can become a great magician, a great leader, a great miracle worker. But if you want to enter into the ultimate kingdom of God, these powers have to be sacrificed completely. You have to look at them with absolute indifference, with non-attachment. You have to say to God, "You have given these powers to me, but I don't need them. What am I going to do with a Swiss-made watch materialized out of the air? What am I going to do with these telepathic powers? I don't want to possess anything. I want only you. I want to lose myself completely into your infinity." This readiness to sacrifice even the highest spiritual attainments is what true vairagya, true renunciation means. When you can renounce even your spiritual powers, the very seed of your inner bondage is destroyed forever. The last tracing of the ego is wiped out completely from your consciousness. Then follows Kaivalya, the absolute immaculate liberation of your being. You become a holy shadow, a pure vacancy through which the divine can flow without any hindrance. This state of Kaivalya is a state of absolute, innocent aloneness. You don't need the other anymore because you have found the whole within yourself. All your longings for the other, your sexual desires, your emotional dependencies, your need for respectability and appreciation, they all look like childish toys now, completely meaningless. You are so content, so deeply content within your own nothingness, that your very emptiness has become a fullness, an infinite fulfillment. You live in this world, but you are no longer part of its time process. You walk in the crowd, but you are absolutely alone. You talk to people, but your silence remains undisturbed. You have become a blessing to the whole existence. When you are in this state of transcendent awareness, the perception of time completely collapses. Chronological time, the time of the clock, disappears because there is no future to plan for and no past to look back to. Psychological time, the time of your mind's dreams and imaginations, also collapses because there is no desire left to create any fantasy. You enter into the real time, which is no time at all, but eternity itself. Everything becomes a simultaneous presence. The world process continues around you, but you have transcended it completely. You are in it, but not of it. You have become an eternal light, a star that shines with its own inner brilliance, unclouded by any darkness of the world. This is the great secret that I am sharing with you, that by moving your energy from the sun to the moon and from the moon to the beyond, you come to encounter your true nature. Don't be afraid of the growing pains of this transformation. Let the old mind fall into pieces. Let the chaos happen, because only through the door of this death will you find your true resurrection. Be patient, be courageous, and let your trust be unconditional. The door is already open. You just have to drop your calculations and push. This transcendence of the world process brings you face to face with the ultimate mystery of time itself, because to understand time is to understand the very nature of existence. This is the last and most profound dimension of your inner pilgrimage, where time as a linear process simply falls dead, and you enter into the boundless ocean of eternity. To understand this clearly, you must realize that what you ordinarily call time is not real time at all. It is merely chronological time. It is a social invention, an arbitrary agreement created by the human mind for the sake of utility. You have decided to divide the rotation of the earth into 24 hours, and each hour into 60 minutes, and each minute into 60 seconds. But this has nothing to do with reality. If humanity disappears from the earth this very moment, all clocks will continue to tick, but time will disappear immediately. The sun will still rise and the moon will still set. The seasons will change and the old leaves will fall from the trees. But there will be no time, because there will be no mind to project a yesterday or a tomorrow. Chronological time is a social currency, just like the paper money you carry in your pockets. It is useful in the marketplace. It helps you to create a certain superficial efficiency. But if you take it too seriously, you become a machine, a prisoner of your own clocks. The modern world has become so deeply obsessed with this false time that it has completely lost its connection with the living reality of the present. You no longer eat when you are hungry. You eat because the clock says it is lunch time. You don't sleep because your body is tired. You sleep because the clock says it is bedtime. You have completely forgotten the language of your own biology, and you have chosen to be ruled by a dead mechanical device ticking on your wrist. Just beneath this false chronological time lies another dimension, which is psychological time. This is your personal, subjective time, the time of your mind, your dreams, and your desires. Psychological time is fluid, it is flexible, it has no fixed speed because it depends entirely on your inner state of being. Have you not watched it happening within your own experience? When you are happy, when you are in love, when you are sitting with your beloved under the stars doing nothing, hours pass away as if they were just a few split seconds. Time flies so fast because you are happy, because you are present, because for a moment your mind is not projecting any worries into the future. But when you are unhappy, when you are in deep pain, when a loved one has died and a heavy sadness surrounds your heart, a single minute feels like an eternity. The night seems endless, and you go on tossing and turning in your bed, feeling that the morning will never arrive. This inner time is your real psychological reality, and the whole of Eastern metaphysics has used this time to measure the states of human consciousness. When you are in deep misery, you are in hell, and hell means a state where time expands so much that a single moment feels like an endless torment. When you are in deep meditation, when you enter into the silent pools of your inner being, time slows down and completely stops. In that absolute stoppage of time, you experience bliss, ananda, which is a completely timeless state. This brings us to the highest synthesis, the third dimension, which is real time, existential time. Real time is not a process at all, because it has no past and it has no future. It is just a simultaneous presence, an eternal now. For the ordinary human mind, time appears to be a line moving from the past through the present into the future. But this division is an illusion created by your narrow, limited vision. You are looking at reality through a small slit in the wall, so you can see only one fragment at a time. The fragment that has passed the slit becomes your past. The fragment that is right before the slit becomes your present. And the fragment that is yet to come becomes your future. But if you open the door and come out under the wide, unbounded sky, the window frame disappears, the slits are gone, and you see that the whole road exists simultaneously, all at once. The past, the present, and the future are not three separate entities joined together by some links. They are the undivided expanse of the eternal now. When you attain to the supreme integration of samyama, when your concentration, meditation, and samadhi become a single flame of light within you, you transcend the world process completely. You step out of both chronological and psychological time, and you land into the rock bottom reality of the present moment. This moment contains the whole past. This moment contains the whole future. This moment contains the entire universe. If you can understand this single moment, if you can dissolve yourself into this very moment, You have known all that can ever be known. This is what the great Zen masters mean when they say, "This is it." This very space, this very moment, without any interpretation of your mind, is the ultimate reality. To help this wave of true timeless awareness grow within our spiritual family, it is essential that we synchronize our energies in deep, non-judgmental trust. We are all part of one organic togetherness, an interdependent universe where no one is an island, where everything is connected with everything else. When you are here with me, listening to the rhythm of my voice, you are not just gathering information for your intellect, you are participating in a live energy exchange. If you feel a deep, passionate call within your soul to be an intrinsic part of this spiritual work, to help this flame of freedom reach searching souls all over the earth, you must show a gesture of total openness. You can choose to manifest your trust by clicking the join button on this platform, becoming a cornerstone of our global Sangha. Let your love and gratitude flow as a vital movement of energy through super thanks, which functions not as a commercial transaction of the marketplace, but as a pure sharing of your bioelectricity to support the continuity of these teachings. And if you need a precise scientific map to understand your inner topography, to dismantle the age-old locks of your chronological and psychological conditionings, look into our detailed ebooks. Do it out of the sheer delight of celebration, out of the pure joy of being a vehicle for the whole, because the moment you are ready to give yourself totally to the divine pours its infinite treasures back into your open heart. The mind is extraordinarily cunning, and it will always try to turn even this realization of eternity into a new problem, a new project for the future. The mind cannot exist in the present. Its very life depends on movement, on process, on reaching somewhere. So when I say that the present moment is the only reality, the mind immediately jumps in and asks, how can I live from moment to moment? What is the technique to remain in the now? This very question, how, is a trick of the mind to bring the future back into play. The mind says, give me a discipline, give me a habit, give me a method, so that tomorrow I can practice being in the present. Look at the absolute absurdity of it. You are trying to practice the present in the future. You are planning to be here now, tomorrow. This is how the mind goes on perpetuating itself, creating wheels within wheels, and you go on moving in the same routine, the same old rut, thinking that you are making great spiritual progress. You are not making any progress. You are just modifying your old prisons. Patanjali gives you the ultimate master key to break this mechanical loop of the mind, and that key is Nirodh, the microsecond gap that exists between two thoughts. You must watch your mind very minutely, very carefully, with an absolute detached alertness. Thoughts are moving across the screen of your consciousness like cars on a busy road. One thought comes, it remains for a moment, then it disappears into the past. Then another thought comes, remains for a moment, and disappears. Between these two thoughts, between the thought that has gone and the thought that is yet to come, there is a microsecond of absolute emptiness, a tiny gap where there is no thought, no cloud, no movement. That gap is the moment of Nirodh. It is a state of no mind. It is happening to you continuously thousands of times a day. But because your attention is focused only on the thoughts, you completely miss the gaps. Your gestalt is wrong. It is exactly like looking at a blackboard where a white dot has been made with chalk. You look only at the white dot, you don't see the vast blackboard that is supporting it. Change your gestalt. Turn your attention away from the thoughts and focus your awareness on the intervals between the thoughts. When one thought leaves your mind, don't be in a hurry to catch hold of the next thought that is approaching. Just wait in that tiny interval. Remain silent, passive, receptive in that gap. In the beginning, this gap will be very, very small, a mere microsecond. And you will miss it again and again because the old habit of jumping from one thought to another is very deep rooted. But if you persist, if you practice this inner watchfulness continuously, without any interruption, and with a deep, reverent devotion, a miracle starts happening. The gaps start becoming bigger, the intervals start lengthening. One thought goes, and for a few seconds, no other thought comes. You are just in pure space, without any content, without any word, without any desire. Those few seconds of Nirodh will bring you the first authentic taste of Samadhi, the first glimpse of your true nature. You will feel a tremendous bliss descending upon you, a coolness, a silence that you have never known before. And once you have tasted that elixir, that ambrosia, the old mind loses all its grip over you. You know now that the treasure is inside, in the emptiness, not in the thoughts, not in the objects of the marketplace. By and by, as you go deeper into these gaps, a complete transformation of your consciousness happens. What Patanjali calls Nirod Parinam. The condition of no thought permeates your whole being. It becomes your very style of life. Then you can live in the midst of noise, in the midst of physical chaos, in the marketplace, and yet your inner silence remains absolutely undisturbed. The outside world can go on with all its turmoil, but you are rooted in your unmoving center. You are anchored in your inner pole star. You can use your mind whenever you need it to communicate, to speak, to work. But the moment the work is finished, you return back to your emptiness. The mind becomes a beautiful passive instrument, a servant of your soul, and it can no more dominate you or manipulate you. When this state of Nirodha becomes permanent, when all thoughts have withered away completely because you are no longer feeding them with your attention, you enter into the ultimate peak of your evolution, which is Kaivalya. Kaivalya means absolute, innocent, pure aloneness. It has to be clearly distinguished from loneliness, because loneliness is a disease of the mind, while aloneness is the health of the soul. Loneliness means you are missing the other. You are empty in a negative sense. You are begging for someone else to come and fill your emptiness. Aloneness means you have found yourself. You are full of your own presence. You are so content within your own being that you don't need anybody else to fulfill you. You have become an emperor. The other is no longer a need. The other is no longer a dependency. If the other is there, you share your bliss. If the other is not there, you are perfectly happy in your own solitude. This Kaivalya is the ultimate freedom because it transcends all dualities, all polarities of life. You are no longer divided into man or woman. You are no longer divided into good or bad. You are no longer divided into life and death. All divisions have dropped. All boundaries have disappeared. You have become a non-dual reality, Advait. You are the whole, and the whole is you. In this state of supreme aloneness, the real secret of the title of our discourse is fulfilled. You breathe money into your life. You attract true wealth because you have become the very source of all abundance. Wealth is not something that you can possess outside in the marketplace. That wealth is false. It is made of dead matter, and death will take it away from you. True wealth is your inner bliss, your inner clarity, your inner freedom, which no death can ever touch, no thief can ever steal. When you are in Kaivalya, you are so rich that the whole universe feels poor before you. You don't ask anything from life. Life simply showers everything upon you. You become a magnetic force, a center of infinite attraction, and whatsoever is beautiful, true, and good naturally rushes towards you from all directions. My friends, this is the final goal of our inner pilgrimage. I have shown you the map. I have illuminated the path. I have given you the keys, but now you have to walk. Now you have to take the vertical jump into the abyss. Don't be afraid of the chaos. Don't be afraid of losing your small false ego, because unless you die as a seed, you can never bloom as a flower. Let your trust be whole, total, and absolute. If you have been touched by this divine music today, if your heart has vibrated in harmony with my presence, don't leave this hall empty-handed. Take this flame of awareness with you into your daily life. I invite you to share your deepest insights, your experiences with meditation, and how this discourse has touched your soul in the comments below. Let your love manifest by liking this video, sharing it with other searching souls who are lost in the dark night of their minds, and subscribing to this channel so that we can continue to walk this beautiful, pathless path together. The golden door is open wide before you. Don't hesitate, don't look back, just take the jump and reclaim your divine nature. To delve even deeper into the practical application of these ancient sciences, to learn how to systematically break your deep-rooted structures and activate your highest centers of awareness, you can access our specialized ebook, The Hidden Energy Protocol, Reclaim Your God Mode, available right now through the link provided in the description below.